Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, December the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much, guys. So yeah, this closum, I don't know if it was just, it was a planned reverse split, but at any rate, our provider has been notified. Stock, of course, is not up 1,000%. It has not been adjusted for that 1 for 25 reverse split. So I know you guys have been talking about COSM, so that is why it is not up 1,000%. I looked at that. The first thing I do, of course, every morning is I check to see the mark. In fact, it's not there right now. Interesting. There it is. Yeah. So I look at my goodness, up 1,000%. What is going on with this one? And then you find out it's on a reverse split. So anyway, that is so just so there's no confusion about that. MAXR is a buyout. I'm not going to talk about that one. MAXR is a buyout. This one is sort of interesting. This GH, big drop here, 27%. Trading lower after the company. There we go. Trading lower after the company reported results from a study. So obviously, market is reacting very, very poorly or negatively to that release that happened after hours yesterday. You can see the big gap down went from 41 down to 22, almost cut in half. Imagine if you were a shareholder up here and that almost cut in half. It's rallying a little bit. And that is GH. Howdy, Jamie and YouTubers. NVAX continues its descent, guys. NVAX continues to move down. And here is the pricing of a $65 million. Well, why do you put it in the headline then? So obviously the pricing, I don't know how many shares were issued, otherwise I would just divide. But so does anybody know what the actual pricing is for the NVAX financing? Oh, that's right. That's right. It's a convertible debt or whatever the heck. Okay. But there's got to be some kind of a price. So some people are saying 10. NH, cheap one. This is an all-time low, I believe. NH, right at an all-time low. It's a cheap one. I don't see any specific news on it. Gap down for NH. It is a cheap one. Uh, that's not shortable for me. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. AUVI, AUVI, AUVI. Gapping up after the company announced signed a strategic manufacturing and related service agreement with Canon, Virginia. All right, a little bit of news for that company. EXAS, this one now, has it held its gap? EXAS, yeah, trading higher after the competitor. This is okay. So they're profiting from GH demise. Okay, so this is sort of obviously they have rival competing drugs. Amazing, isn't it? GH releases their news after hours, sinks, EXAS rises. And IMV, yeah, there's the financing. The blue collar pointed out yesterday, and but we always say, I shouldn't say never, but rarely, and I mean rarely, would I swing a cheap bio like this, something that's had a big run, because they could easily spring a financing, and there it is, 9 million. 261 a share, so it's basically at the financing price. EUDA is up because I don't know. I have no information on that one. Don't see any reason why it's up. Pretty good volume too. Adobe, here's a really expensive one, but they had earnings. Not only do they have, I guess, great earnings, but they're also guiding well for the next quarter. So that is one tech company that's doing really well. Look at that. Yeah, that's a big pop for this company. 461 million shares. I can get this daily chart up. There's a 200-day moving average up here. BYSI is gapping up. So yesterday got through the 200-day moving average and it held above. Don't see any news on it today. Had some news on the 13th. So I guess it's just continuation from that news it had on the 13th. And Planet Labs, which I think was sinking yesterday, but it is popping. Yeah, I had a pretty bad day yesterday with a lot of stocks, of course. Little bit of a pop this morning. And speaking of the stocks, we're in for another negative open. Not quite as negative as yesterday's open. But of course, yesterday we had just a terrible day. Well, I shouldn't say that because we had some awesome trades yesterday. I mean, but if you're looking at the overall market, yeah, I mean, not a great day for the market, but we had some awesome trades yesterday. So a lot of those, yeah, Jamie. So the question was in our YouTube room, do I create a list of the top 10 from the previous day to watch the next day? Yeah, a lot of them go into my liked symbol list. Not all of them, depending what depending, just because something, I think I said yesterday, just because something makes it in the races in the top 10 doesn't mean that every single stock should be watched the next day. For me, it'll all depend on where it is on a daily chart or a weekly chart and a monthly chart, how it traded during the day. Did it close near the highs, or did it really crater and go back? So even though like a stock could have won 10 times, but then all of a sudden when it doesn't win anymore, and then it just tanks. So not necessarily what I want to follow it the next day. So TIG just showed up here. TIG now, yeah, not very much volume, 28,000 shares. So trading higher after the company. Okay, so this is going to be a buyout. Okay, so this is going to be a buyout. TIG at 615 a share. So forget about that one. And as somebody pointed out, it is quad witching today. So witching hour today. So could be one of the most volatile auction days of the year. I think I read something like 4 trillion. Let me just I don't follow this stuff that closely, but okay, where the heck did I read it? Oh, here we go. Okay, so yeah, quad witching day, the event can lead to higher trading volumes and more volatility. This time around, $4 trillion in option contracts are set to expire, possibly making Friday the busiest session for options traders this year. So there you go. How do I make it? I can give it to you, Fernando. I mean, it's simple. One of the scans, the question in our YouTube room, how do I make the pre-market actives up and down? I can just give it to you, then you can have it. And you can check it out once you have loaded it. So if you click on my homepage link, just click on my homepage link and you will see a section, just scroll down a bit, then you'll see a section called scans. Click on that and there they are, pre-market actives up and down. So when you load it, then you'll see what I'm looking for, okay? And when I say that, a moment. So if you load it, then you just right click, click on configure, and this is all it's looking for, okay? Price for me, $100, 10,000 shares minimum, and up 3% from the previous close, okay? And most of the time, I'm going to see stock, because the stock is up 3%, most of the time it's going to be way above 10,000 shares. But sometimes I like to see that because depending on what time you load, I don't know what time zone you're in, but we start our data at 4 in the morning, Eastern time. So again, depends on where you are in the world. But I wouldn't want to, depending when I look at it, I mean, the volume may be like, look at this TIG, 29,000, but this is a buyout. But most of the time, the things that are up the most are going to have sufficient volume. But of course, it's up to you. You can change the price range, you can change the minimum volume, but that's I template. I've been using the same thing for years and years and years without very many variations. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back. So let's take a look at, no, I'm a little bit late here, 9:15. So let's take a look at what the analysts are talking about in terms of upgrades and downgrades this morning. And as usual, we have a few upgrades, but certainly more downgrades than upgrades. NVAX is continuing to move down. A few more upgrades, and then I'll get the downgrades in. And now for the downgrades, and of course, a bigger list of downgrades. What I'm really looking for, though, is there one stock that is being downgraded by multiple firms? I do not see that. SNPX, I'm hearing all this is on the way down. SNPX moving down. Just a few more downgrades to go, guys. And again, if you're wondering what upgrades and downgrades are all about, just companies putting their opinions of where they think the stock may go in the future. That's all. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Let me get the downgrades in. I've posted that in our the downgrades I've put into our Discord room. Wow, no, this just showed up. This SNPX just showed up. I thought this was something I had seen before. Look at this. Wow. Phase 2 clinical trial. Obviously, Mark's not reacting well at all to SNPX. Wow, all-time low now. So, William, do your thing. Probably one drug and that's it. Take a look at the ABCL. ABCL, that was the big Goldman initiating coverage yesterday with a $30. Give me a moment. Not that it helped yesterday, but nothing really worked yesterday in terms of, listen, I'm surprised a little bit, didn't have, yeah, $30 price target, ABCL. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys, and see what's happening. I'm sure everything is going to be negative. And we did not have a rally at all yesterday. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. There's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, that means, stop the surfing. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are below yesterday's close. Okay, so just doing a quick perusal of their sectors, you can see there is not one positive sector, nothing over 50%, which makes sense. What the SPY is moving down, gonna have a gap down day again. But will we have any sort of a recovery? Yesterday we had nothing. You look at the SPY yesterday, You know what? Let me get a bigger chart out. Yeah, sorry guys, these charts are just a little. So this is what happened yesterday. You can see we had the big gap down. That's the pre-market yesterday. So this was the close the day before up in that area with the big gap down. And then the market moved down. We had a brief little uptick here, but really nothing. I suppose at 2:30, we had a little bit of a rally at 2:30, a little bit of a rally. I forgot about that. We were so involved in the other things that I didn't really matter what the SPY was doing. Just give me one moment, please, guys. I have to send an internal email. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? So this SNPX, so this is now an all-time low. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's only 61,000 right now. I'm sure they've been snapped up. Yeah, I think I told, yeah, just right click right click, configure, and then click on summary, and that's where you see what I have put in my scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. That's what you can see what I'm using for filters. I didn't go over the sectors, guys, in relation to their 200 days. Well, you know what? Take a look at XLE. That could be the interesting one. So there's a 200-day moving average, getting closer and closer. XLE getting closer and closer. That was kind of the star for a long time, the sector that was really performing. But even XLE getting closer to that 200-day moving average. And financials, yeah, broke down below. That was kind of key, I think, yesterday, guys. Look at the financials. XLF broke down below the 200-day moving average yesterday. 1 minute to go. Yes, thank you, William. All right, everybody, let's have a great end to this trading week. Have patience. Patience really paid off yesterday. I think some of the best trades were in the afternoon. I'm going to get rid of this. Where do I find upgrades and downgrades? It's just from briefing.com, Scoo. Okay, it's a free service. You have to sign up for it. It's briefing.com. I use it because they send it to my email at about 10 minutes after the market, or 10 minutes after 9 every morning. So it's sitting there in my email. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. But there are, lots of websites out there that will have upgrades and downgrades. I use that one because they send it to me. I don't have to. I don't have to scour. All right, everybody, we're now open. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So what is the market doing to start? So we've got a modest green candle to begin with, and I mean modest. So the COSM, this is a strange one today, of course, because it's a reverse split, a 1 for 25 reverse split. So just so you know, it is not up 1,184%. However, it is moving. I mean, from 56 cents to 424. And NH. Now NH, it is halted on the way up. So this got halted on the way up, actually. So this had the big drop. And then it actually is halted on the way up. Looks like it's in pretty decent recovery mode right now. Sun run on the way down, it looks like. It's halted. Just halted. It's not showing up on my halts resumes. No, I think what's happening, no, I know what's happening. It's, yeah, Having a little problem with my charts this morning. You know what's moving higher though is US Steel, X. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 24.89 is a 200-day moving average, so that might stall it. There is a Discord room, yes. Let me give you the link for it. Okay, TCOM is an earnings play from a couple of days ago, I think. Yeah, the 14th. Okay, market's trying to put in a little bit of a rally here, guys. Nas is only down a little bit. Dow is down a lot more, but it is early. Now, how are the China stocks doing? Let's take a look at KWeb. So not a huge move, 2%, but the China stocks, this happened yesterday also. You remember, China stocks were exploded yesterday at the beginning, right there on the news that maybe there wasn't going to be a lot of stocks delisted. That's been the threat seemingly for the last couple of years. But then reality set in, and it, like the rest of the market, everything dropped. RNA from yesterday, guys. RNA from yesterday. So, it was very active, of course, but then it had a big sell off from 2056 down to 1827. So, over a $2 sell off from the highs, trying to recover again. Had the big news a couple of days ago, RNA, and very, very active. All right, so NH resumed, guys, and it came right back down. NH resumed, came right back down. Ooh, okay. BYSI is really strong, very strong right out of the gate. I mean, it had a nice move in the pre-market. We talked about it in the pre-market. Not sure I saw any news on it, but it's wow. I mean, look at this. It's gone from these are 64 cents, 58 cents, 5 days ago, and now $1.89. BYSI, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Hey guys, I'm just looking at some of these. So BYSI. So where could it go? I mean, BYSI, let's take a look at a weekly chart and see where it could go. Okay, I'm gonna have to just do a reset. It's a server I'm on. I'm on this development build and eh, oh, I can't really, okay, there we go. So now let's take a look left on a weekly chart. The next high is around, looks like it's around 239. Not saying it's getting there, but it certainly still has some room. And there it goes, over two, BYSI. I'm not in this one. Again, I don't typically trade in the first 20 minutes or 15 minutes. Well, guys, this is showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, but again, BYSI showing up in the 10-day daily breakout. It's just that I look at this, what did I say? 237. 237 looks like the next high looking left on a weekly chart. I don't see any news on this. It's just doing its thing. It's a fairly low float, of course, 22 million in the float. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I think I mentioned that. So the heck do they do? It's a bio. So they had the data. Okay, so they presented positive data on the 13th, and that's just sort of taken off since then. Yeah, AUVI, yeah, is popping another, as you say, another low floater, responding to somebody in our Discord room. We talked about that in the pre-market. They announced, what did they announce? Some kind of a strategic manufacturing agreement with Canon, Virginia. So it is popping that one right now. Ah, you are right. ALLR, another one of these crazy low priced ones. I mean, really low price. I missed out on the GH maybe. GH, the only reason I don't like the GH as a short right now, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, even though it's at almost a lifetime low, it's because of this pop. Much would have rather preferred if it just sort of based a bit and then moved down. But you get these little pops, that means that people are looking to maybe bottom fish. And so that is preventing me right now from jumping in on it, even though it's basically an all-time low. And that's the only time I will trade, typically in the first 15 minutes, if a stock is making an all-time low and showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. But as I say, I didn't like that little pop up for GH right there in the pre-market. Look at Rent, guys, another earnings play from a while back on the 7th. Look at Rent, R-E-N-T, Rent. Yesterday's high was 344. The high before that was 380. So, it doesn't have, to me anyway, it doesn't have a lot of room. I mean, obviously, if you took it right now at 342, I'm not saying to do that, and it got up to 380, that'd be awesome. It'd be a great percentage move, but can't predict that's going to happen. There's the 200-day moving average above it also. Yeah, even Nikola. Why is this one moving up? New supply agreement brings Nikola and Plug Power closer together. All right. Okay, there's Nikola, NKLA, and the high is 245 that it is approaching. So that's a no-go for me. They can say anything they want. You don't have to go to Discord, Lego. Well, I see the AI is trying to short BYSI. I certainly couldn't do it because I don't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, RNA continues higher here. RNA continues higher. The high yesterday was 20.40 or so got about $1 to that high. All right, so now 15 minutes are in the book. So let's take a look at some of this NVVI, another one that came from like 42 cents, $1.23 now. I mean, that's only 4 days ago. It was a 42-cent stock. Now $1.23. Well, there's the ALLR, guys, and it just came out of its halt. Wow, 58 cents, and now it's 75 cents. Might get halted again. Wow, this is going to get halted again, and this could break out over $1. Briefly, I saw, so it's halted again at 75. Okay, briefly, I saw $1 on the bid ask. Briefly, you guys see any news on this one? I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. There's got to be something going on, obviously. But I'm just looking at my IB headlines. I see nothing. And this is the first day, so it's not like there's something that happened, a couple of days ago. I mean, they had a filing, an AK filing on the 11th, but other than that, I don't see anything. Actually, legal is not that big a deal. I'm getting used to looking at the three rooms. It's not that big a deal. YouTube is not that active, so. So Falcon, I'm not sure I understand your question. So you asked, is this where you chat versus video chat feature in Discord? So you're already in, yeah, you're in a specific stock. So we have four tabs. We have three tabs that are available for you guys: TI questions, specific stock, and general market. Just like the other room, here are those tabs. Okay. So not sure. So you're already in, so you want to talk about stocks? You're in the specific stock. So it's not so much that I chat, Falcon. I mean, I'll post something, but the idea is that you guys can talk amongst yourselves, but you should be able to hear me. I'm talking to someone in our Discord room. Well, we have a halts resume scanner scoop. Okay, so I can see right there. So there's a halts resume scanner. Well, then I don't know where that is. There's a chat feature on the video that is not being answered. I'm not sure where that is then. I'm just monitoring. I'm just monitoring these. Anything that's happening in here. TI questions, specific stock, and general market. That's for you guys to talk. And if you have a question for me, I'll answer it. Oh, I see. The audio channel isn't used. Okay. Well, let's watch this one coming out of its halt, guys. I mean, this. Let's see if it takes out a dollar ALLR. So, Scoot, did you understand what I said there? This is our halts resume scanner. So the minute I hear the sound alert, the machine gun that I put a sound alert on it. So I know when I hear that, I know immediately to look at my halts resumes, and I know it's halted. Now, I don't know if you guys still don't have the halts on the charts. I mean, I have no idea. I'm always on a development build. Hmm. Okay, guys, GH now. Yeah. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm responding. Okay, guys, my goodness, it just got halted again. This is the ALLR, guys. So tell me, do you guys have the halts and resumes now, the halts on your charts now, where it says halted right on the chart? Is there a new beta? Let's see. Let's see what's on our website right now. Give me a moment. Okay, so I don't know what, let me go to the download page. I don't know if there's a new, I don't know if there's a beta or just a new production version. So download, and so this is 0.26. So let's see if there's a beta. No, I don't see a beta. Yeah, I don't see a beta. I think that's it. So that's the latest version, 0.26. I'm on something 0.30, but I'm on always on a development version, and that's why sometimes the charts are a little bit. They realize they've got some chart issues, and so they're trying to fix them. Unfortunately, I'm kind of a guinea pig in all this. Now, this ALLR would not show up here because it's under a dollar. I have, I think, a $1 minimum. But if this breaks above a dollar, I think it's going to show up here in the winning in the races. Again, I don't see any news on it. I see nothing on this one. It's just more volatile than normal, Falcon. Okay, you can read about it. I mean, just I wouldn't do it justice, but if you type in, it's all about options, expiry, and all that. Okay, expiry dates, etc. And so today they were saying that I think there's 4 trillion options due to expire today, $4 trillion worth of options. So it could be the most volatile day of the year. Now, for a lot of the things that we see, you know, ALR doesn't care that it's quad wishing day, okay? Most of the things that, that are really moving, it's more affected of the larger cap stocks, I believe, which is okay. You want to trade those, that's fine. All right, China stock guys. Billy, this had earnings a few days ago. Well, actually, quite a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, maybe on the 29th. And since then, it's been really a strong stock. It's had its ups and downs with the market, but it's maintained. And that's BILI. Okay, so you guys don't have halt. Thank you. You don't have halted on the charts. Wow, look at this thing explode. Halted again, guys. ALLR. So come on, guys. I don't have the time to scour for the news on this. There's got to be something going on. I have no idea because I cannot see any news on this one. ALLR. I mean, now this has come from what, 40 cents? 26 cents yesterday. 26 cents. Keep looking to see if it's a reverse split that hasn't been announced or something, but 26 cents yesterday, guys. So this is basically almost four times. Not in it. Not in it. Let's see where it could go to. Yeah, I may have to go to different charts, guys. I mean, I'm getting too frustrated with this. I'm on this latest build and it's just not working for me. It's a development build, so I do understand, but I might have to load my IB charts or something. Here's ALLR. High is let's see, 174, 130. These are on the weekly chart. So I mean, believe it or not, it still has a little bit of room on the weekly chart, but it's already up 330%. Volume is not incredible. I mean, relative volume is, but the volume is not incredible. I mean, 2 million shares, yeah, it's got 8 million in the float. For this to be up 330%, I would have thought, it would trade at about 40 million right now. But so it's mm. I guess there's a bit of a downturn, I guess. Let me take a look at TAN, ETF for the solar industry. Let's take a look at TAN. Okay, so I mean it's down a little bit, but it's not collapsing. I thought maybe TAN was because I'm looking at some of the I saw Run was down. I see Sun Power is down, SPWR. Well, why not? Just got halt. Oh, it resumed, and now it got halted again. ALLR. Boy, it's the temptation, of course, is to chase it right now, but Looks like it's going to get halted again on a little bit of a downtick here. See, now it's showing up because it's over a dollar. Yeah, it's going to get halted again. There it is. And now this could be now here's what I would be doing. It looks like it's going to open, looks like it's going to open. So it halted at $1.11. Okay. Now the bid ask right now stacking up to be $1.02. Well, maybe not. What I was hoping for is maybe it would open, a little over a dollar and then take that 111 out again. And that might get me into it. People ask how I would play a halt. I'm certainly not going to chase it, but if it opens, say around a dollar, and then it pops up over that halt of $1.11, I may take some. And that is not a recommendation to do the same as I may do. Okay, I'm just pointing out how I will sometimes play a halts resumes, or a stock when it resumes. I may have to go back a build, guys. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little frustrated here. TDUP, TDUP, TDUP. This is so yesterday it got up to 210. The day before that it was 225. So there might be too much stalling there. There was one I saw yesterday. Yeah, maybe keep an eye on this. It's not trading very much right now. GBTG. Now it's not trading at all. I mean, 6,000 shares, but it's had a couple of really nice days. I mean, remember yesterday the market was down a ton, and it closed at the high of the day, and that is GBTG, and it's been on a nice little run. Just sort of resting right now, but there's no volume yet. So okay, guys, this could be an interesting one for a short. TGTX. Why? Next low looking left is down here around 737. So the stock's at 782 right now, on the way down. Market is putting in a red bar now. So we had a glimmer of hope if you thought the market might recover a bit, but the market's putting in a pretty big red bar now. So the NAS is now down a lot, well, not a lot, but Dow was never up. Dow was still moving further down. SPY is moving down. Okay, just watching this ALLR, seeing how it may open. Right now it's stacking up to be at about a little over $1, $1. Okay, well, this absolutely, okay, now this looks like a huge selling taking place right now for the ALLR. But just one moment, please. Okay, so the ALLR, all I'm going to do is put an alert at around 115 and see if it takes it out later on. Okay, now it might be over. I mean, again, with no news at all. Or our halts resume scanner is going crazy this week, really. The COSM came out of its halt. TAL again, TAL. Yeah. Now this actually broke out. Yeah, this was not showing up on my 10 daily breakout yesterday, but as you recall, KWeb was moving down, so I didn't take it. So what's happening with KWeb today? I mean, KWeb, at least it's not, well, there's a red bar there, but at least it is positive. Okay, sort of watching the TGTX, but looks like it's trying to, all right. Risky one, guys, as always, the Bivy, BIVI, but boy, it has had a run. 1391 looks like that next high look, 1375 is the next high looking left. What did it get up to? It got up to 1385 today. BIVI. DRMA, was that another sub $1 stock? Dr. MA. Yeah. Yeah, well, okay, look left, 68, 67 cents or so. Next high looking left. Boy, Go2 has just had another one of these ones that has not been affected by anything the market's been doing over the last few days. The other one has come from $1.31 or so a few days ago, 284 now, just steadily up. China stock didn't have the sell-off yesterday that most of the China stocks did. Look what happened. There's that daily candle. You can see it basically closed right at the high of the day. I think this silica SLCA is at a critical level for it. Looks like the next low looking left is 1125. And then after that, Yeah, actually, I think there's too much support between here and 11 for SLCA for me to bother trying to take a short on it. TGTX, guys, is again kind of interesting. TGTX up to 8. There's the 200-day moving average down here. The next low looking left is about where is it? 730. What did I say? 741. So it's got about 47 cents to that low. Boy, look at that big red bar now. US steel is still pretty strong, guys. X. But coming into the 200-day moving average, we saw this one a little earlier in the day, and coming into the 200-day moving average, which is 2489. So, that could easily stall it, but it is definitely moving. What are the other some of the other steel plays doing? Oops, if I type it in correctly, I might see the data. No, US steel looks like it's kind of trading on its own. Did this replace Eli as a symbol for Callaway, Topgolf Callaway brands? MODG. MODG. Remember, there used to be a symbol Eli, ELY. Let's see if it still is around. Well, I can't tell. It's not going to help me, maybe, but okay, maybe Eli is not. So it changed its symbol to MODG for some reason. Man, I mean, you can see if it takes out 20, boy, there's a lot of room underneath. If it can take out 20. So here's a solar that is actually not moving down, SOL. Wow. Okay. Well, hopefully nobody got trapped in this. And actually, I didn't even notice that. Look what it did, guys. This is a classic. Didn't even notice that. There's the 200-day moving average, 138. What did it get to? It got to 135. You can see that green line right on the chart. That's exactly where it stopped. And now the big sell is on for ALLR. Fun while it lasted if you were in it. Hopefully you didn't get nailed and if you got in it early enough and you took some profit. All right, the TGTX is, hmm. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, just a little bit of room, for TGTX. What did the pin at the end of the blue horizontal line mean in ALLR? Pin. You mean the pointer, the blue arrow, or this little pin here? Oh, oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's just a price alert. So that blue line, I put a price alert on the chart. So if it got back up to that price, that blue line would turn green. I didn't even notice that we had a little pin there. Guys, X, how close is it now to that 200-day moving average? Right at it, 2489, 2473 for US steel. X. This is really moving on its own. I mean, BMO is saying sticking to its hold rating for US steel, but is that the only reason? Well, if you're in the Discord room now, I mean, there are the three, it just, there are three tabs: TI questions, specific stock, and general market talk. Okay. Hopefully you can see that in the discussion channels. So if you want to talk about a specific stock, that's what you do. You go into the specific stock. Otherwise, you go with general market talk, maybe about the market. If you have a specific question for me regarding trade ideas, so those are the three tabs. That's what you don't have in YouTube, you see. And that's what they do have in the main room too, these tabs. Well, PJ, I know you told me that I'm not supposed to short donut, but look at this, DNUT. DNUT should have shorted it, should not have listened to you. Maybe coming into some support. MRSN, I'm showing up. Yeah, probably not enough room for it to move down until it hits some support areas. So you're looking for, well, look at BEKE. Okay, so I was saying you're looking for sort of counter trend plays. I mean, these stocks are still up while the market is down, but well, okay, so there's CLF. So CLF is moving along with X, US Steel. And EDU, EDU. So EDU and TAL are moving the same. Usually they used to trade in tandem. All right, BHIL is now an all-time low. BHIL is an all-time low. Cheap one. What's the volume like? Yeah, not bad. Big float, 157 million in the float. Boy, choppiness. I'm just trying to find how's that Bivy doing? Bivy, I think, is at the high. Yeah, there it goes, guys. There goes Bivy at the high now. It took out that high of a couple of days ago, 1375. And on the move, Bivy, BIVI. The take a look at the weekly chart. Wow, it still has room. Next high is 1482 on the weekly chart, and then 1590. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it still has some room to move if it wants to. And that's BIVI. Lots of volume coming in. Okay, watching to see if Bivy reclaims 14 and starts to move from there, guys. Excuse me. SKYW, SKYW. Thought it had a pretty good day yesterday, or a volatile day yesterday. Okay, there we go. Let me get to the daily chart. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just not having a good time with this. Look at the US steel. I mean, it's right, at the area of the 200-day moving average. Is it SK? Is that the symbol? That is a symbol. I know that's a symbol. Just can't get it to load. All right. So the only thing I can see on it, Goldman this morning anyway, covers with a target of 15. So a sell. Goldman is putting a sell target on it, or a sell on it, and a target of 15. So that is obviously affecting the price. I don't know if they've initiated coverage or they've been covering it before. I have no idea. But that is obviously the reason. Keeping an eye on the Bivy, guys, in case it takes over 14 again. VIVI. Boy, are we sure Goldman put a $30 price target on this yesterday? I mean, ABCL, it looks like it's going to crater underneath 10. It's now through the 200-day moving average. So again, Goldman put a $30 price target on this yesterday, initiated coverage and put a $30 price target on it. But this is now underneath the 200-day moving average. Have I ever shorted it? I don't think so. The main reason is because it's out of the price range I normally trade, BJ. Okay, it's not, I mean, look, I mean, it's, yeah, my favorite store and all that, but I mean, if it were a 20 or $30 stock and it was tanking, I would short it, if I found the right setup. But as you know, I typically don't trade over about $30. Well, now you can't say you were kidding when you started off with serious question. You can't have it both ways. I'll watch them. What chat? You mean within? I don't understand the question, legal. I watch them all. I mean, it's more active. I mean, this is the main room, obviously way more active, but I watch them all. So what happens here is that the minute I see, if somebody puts something in specific stocks, it's going to turn white. So I'll know so I'll go there. Okay, that's why it's the same thing here. Oops. The same thing here. Once I see, well, this is a little bit different, doesn't turn white, but I see a number, so I know to go there. Okay, so that's how I monitor everything. So it's not, I mean, obviously the main room just has more activity, so it's not, but I'm watching them all. Okay, guys, Bivy, BIVI, keep an eye on it. If it takes out 14 again, which is looks like it's very, very close to it. EGTX guys on the move down here. If you took that trade, if you took that short, there's your area of potential support, 738 or so. Wait, look at this ALLR. Hopefully nobody got nailed in this one. Okay. Halted again on the way down. and it's just resumed. So, I put the alert over $1 just in case it gets back. In fact, I'll reduce that price alert just over $1 just in case. Yeah, AUVI just completely and utterly fizzled out. Pretty sketchy news. And the market, wow. Well, it depends what you're trading MP2. I mean, a lot of these smaller ones, they don't care. Okay. Okay, guys, this might be an interesting short, for the US Steel X. I mean, it looks like that 200-day has kind of blocked it. It got literally a little bit above it, 24.92, 24.89 is the actual data or the data point. So it got right to that area and then kind of fell. Well, it is falling a bit. We don't know how volatile it'll be on the way down, but the only thing I'm really concentrating on now for a very speculative trade is a bivy, BIVI. See if it just takes out that 14 again, and runs from there. Because again, when we look left, it still had, I think, room to 1480 on the weekly chart, 1482. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just pointing out where the next resistance could be. All right, guys, TGTX making its way down to that, what about 38? Obviously helped by the market, I guess. Hey guys, keep an eye on the bivy. Let's see if this has any legs at all. Come on, bid, catch up to the ask. Come on, bid, catch up to the ask. It was 14.15, 14.39 at one point. It's got to catch up. Well, it's a bit of a cat and mouse right now, for sure, on the bivvy. Well, we sort of know the history. Well, at least we know the history of bivvy a little bit. So this is not a new stock. So kind of, I'm trying to understand how I sort of have an idea about how it trades. Doesn't mean it's going to do what I want it to do, but meanwhile, go-to is just going. It's going to somewhere. GOTU. Man, oh man, what a nice run this has been on. I keep saying this every single day. You think, okay, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Well, it's been very active. I don't know anything about the company, but I mean, I'm just talking about the way it's traded over the last while. Give me a moment, please. Watching it, of course. Okay, guys, I've taken myself out of the bivvy trade for a little loss. I'm going to wait on it and see if it gets back up. I want to see if that bid ask gets back up to the, say, 14.20. But I've taken myself out of the bivvy for a little loss. as it's sitting at 14. And the reason I'm doing that because I do know how this well, 100% know how it's going to trade, but it can is very whippy. So I'm just going to keep watching it for a bit. Okay, getting me interested again. Was it a name change too for the COSM? I thought I've seen COSM before. No? Oh, the name change, but not the symbol. Okay, okay, I got you. Okay, come on. This one used to be very active. This SXC. All right, guys, here's another all-time low, EVGO at a really psychological number, 5. This is it shortable for me? Yeah, 100,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So I'm not saying I want to short it right now, but this is an all-time low now for EVGO. Yeah, didn't think this one would really move that much to the GH, even though it's almost at an all-time low. But look how it traded, and I just didn't like the fact that it popped up in the pre-market. So there are just people looking maybe to bottom fish this. Yeah, Bivy doesn't look. Yeah, it could not hold that 14. So it's getting really interested in it again when I got up to that 13, the 1420, 1415 area, but it's very whippy. All right, AMAM. That was a wild one a couple of days or a few days ago. Okay, through the 200 day. Let's see if it can maintain that 200 day. The next high looking left. Got room, guys. Does have room. I mean, there's high looking left is 340. All right. 346 is the next high looking left. So it is through the 200 day moving average. Okay, let's see if it kind of bases a bit here. And because this definitely has some room. Can't remember what the news was here, but it had obviously a big pop. I mean, this came from 34 cents the day before, all the way up to 456. Can't remember anything about it. What day was this? This was on the 9th. See if I can find any news from the 9th. Okay, so they announced encouraging preliminary safety and efficacy. Okay, so they did have some news on the 9th. So that caused a huge pop, completely unwarranted. I mean, stock goes from 51 cents up to $5. Held there though. I mean, it held there too. Did not sell off that day at all. I mean, it closed right at the high. Next day, of course, different story, but trying to come back a bit. And that's AMAM. Use soil? No, like, is that a symbol? Really? Be something else. Oh, U.S. oil. Sorry. U.S. oil. You typed it in. Hey guys, TGTX, if you took it, is getting closer to that 38. I'm sorry, to the 41. So it's within a little over a dime from that low. All right. Well, Mr. Bivy is trying to come back a little bit again. One last time, I'm going to watch it around that 1420 mark. Okay, checking some of Zach's bounce scans. I don't think you could have got, well, the 2788. I'm not sure you could have got it. That's for the GH. But I wouldn't be playing too many bounces today unless we get a bit of a rally in the market. Okay. I mean, the market doesn't have to be going up for bounces to work, but I mean, right now, I mean, the markets are pretty tough to induce anybody to go long anything right now for any length of time. I think people ask for swing trades. Yeah, you tell me what you should swing. I have no idea. Especially now that energy is approaching the 200-day moving average. Used to think, okay, maybe swing some energy stocks, but I don't know. Sure. Level. Sure, Zach. To the dip scan. Okay, that's the bounce place. Okay, sure. Okay, well, look at Tal here, guys. I mean, that was a pretty steep sell-off, 758 down to 727, on a percentage basis. It kind of went through the VWAP, couple like not by much, but VWAP looks like it held it, and now it's starting to move again. Okay, thank you, Zach. Let's take a look at it, see how different it is. You added that 2% below the 8-period SMA, maybe? Okay, so what I'm seeing here is that I have the prices down 3% from the previous close. I don't have that SMA. So is that the big change? Well, that looks like the change. Okay, let's see what happens. Thanks, Zach. All right, Bivy, one more time here. You're going to do it. Hey, thank you, Zach. I'll monitor it going forward. See how different it is. Well, I see the NFE now. The NFE did a financing yesterday. Good grief. Go to just won't quit. And this is this shortable for me? Not that I want to short it, but just want to see if there are shorts readily available at IB and other brokerages. Yeah, I mean, this, that's amazing to me anyway. There are tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Go2, 6 million shares. So obviously, there are a lot of shares available, many brokerages, but there's no short selling pressure being put on this. I don't mean just today, but I mean, look at the run it's been on. GOTU. So, okay, I mean, it's education, and of course, that's TAL and EDU. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Yeah, guys, I mean, this is one of those days, and I don't know if it may be because of the quad, but I mean, one of those days in which, for me anyway, it's been very difficult. I've been chopping around, but then you look at a stock like Go2 and it's just been, ripping. Well, here's another one, another all-time low, SANA, S-A-N-A. What's the volume like? Just the volume isn't great. I'm looking for something that I don't mind shorting these all-time lows, but I want something the relative volume isn't bad. Obviously an all-time low, so there's no support. I'm still going to kind of hold out for Bivy maybe later on, just in case it does the crazy and gets over 14 again and just starts to move from there. It has the capability of doing something like that, but another one, RXT, another all-time low. Rackspace, RXT. Remember these days, guys? Doesn't seem that long ago. It was back in a little over a month ago when this got up to $6, RXT. However, I remember feeling this way yesterday around the same time. And then all of a sudden in the afternoon, we had some awesome trades. So you never know. Sorry about that. I forgot I was turned off my mic. Okay, yes, so you were right. Replace symbols is what should do it. Sorry about that. So when you look at it, is that unchecked? Let me duplicate my race again. So here's the race, and then I click on the square, and then I right click and show the race setup. So when you do that, is your replace symbols okay, so it's weird that it would become unchecked. You must have unchecked it at some point because it shouldn't happen automatically or shouldn't happen just on its own. Okay, so that'll get it running again the way you want it. Yeah, I don't think there's any difference really. I mean, I just use delta. That's just change, obviously Greek for change, and I just use delta. That's going to show me the one that changes the most. But I think the server sort does the same thing, so I don't think there's any major difference. I don't even know why they have the server sort. I think we have too many. Sometimes we just have too many options, you know. Ooh, look at COSM, guys. COSM. I mean, I know this has been a real difficult one, but no, did somebody say they couldn't trade it? In fact, let me make sure. Did that even load? Does it load in IB? Oops. Well, that way. Put some loads in IB, no problem. High was 661 in the pre-market. Again, this is not a stock that's up 1,179%. It had a 1 for 25 reverse split, and that is not reflected in this. Okay, but it's moving. I mean, it's definitely moving. Yeah, you see, the server sort, if you can see what I'm doing here, the server sort for me is a change from the open percent. It probably defaults to that because that's what the race is based on. So that is the same as delta, the change from the open percent. Okay, so that's why the values would be exactly the same. I never liked the server sort. Never, never, never. Do you want my race or like what are you basing it on? You could take my race and then adjust it in terms of so you have my race? Okay. Well, change from the open. So you can take my race and then you can adjust it because remember it's based on the top list. So you can always make an adjustment. This is what I'm using. Here's my price range. and my minimum volume, but you can, you can adjust this or add if you've got some filters that you want to add in, but you could use mine as a template. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Well, if you click on my homepage link, and you'll be brought to this page here. So scroll down, and then when you see the scans, click here, and then there's that race. The biggest gainers from the open. So that'll be based on this top list. And if you want to make any changes, if you want to make some minor changes, oops, got rid of the, just give me a moment. So if you wanted to make just some minor changes, you can hit that gear. Okay. And so if you just wanted to make some minor changes like the price range or the minimum volume, you could do it here quickly. Otherwise, just open the top list. Just open the top list and, or you could, I guess you could do it here. Okay, you could click on the advanced and do it here. Okay, guys, Bivy, well, are you going to do it this time? Are you going to do it this time? Not sure why, but sometimes session or something else, I cannot log in here. So you're in, so I don't know what you mean when you say you cannot log in here. You mean it took you a while to log into the main room and into this room? Okay, guys, well, maybe this is the time. Maybe. You know what I'm talking about? Talking about the bivvy. Boy, this is a highly, 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 highly risky one, is COSM. But if it takes out that high there, this could get it running again, 452. It did hit 651 in the pre-market. So a name change, a reverse split, and it seems to have really screwed up a lot of brokerages. IB seems to be fine with it. Speaking of that, look at this, guys. It just took out that high of 454. Just took it out, COSM. Ah, geez, that's Bivy is just crazy. Okay. Time is it now? 11:17. So I'll be taking a break in about a little less than 45 minutes. I think it'll be Andy in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. You know, it's having a bit of a comeback, guys. So is Novavax, NVAX. Well, somebody said, I know it's some kind of a convertible and all that, but somebody did say financing of around 10. So it's having a nice little comeback here. Novavax, NVAX. If we can believe that there's some kind of a price of 10 that's holding it. Yesterday's high, of course, 1435. So it is trying to have a bit of a comeback, and that's NVAX. Go to just will not stop. I know I'm nagging here, but it just will not stop. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, I am not getting too many new alerts. I mean, I'm following the races and all, but I'm not really seeing anything that is other than that go to, but I can't chase it. I cannot chase it. Well, okay. Now this is another one that could be interesting. IHRT. Again, we're only talking shorting here, guys. I'm not looking, don't really see any. The things that I'm seeing are more on the short side. 652 is the next low looking left. Is that correct? Yes. So there's a little bit of room. I mean, 694. So it's taken out that whole number. What's the volume like? Not terrible. It's a fairly big float, so I don't think it'll be super dynamic. And some room down to that 650 mark. So you're talking about 40 cents. Not bad on a $6 stock. All right, so here is, let's see, so SMR is showing up. Okay, so SMR, in fact, there's iHeart. iHeart showing up in your scan, Zach. I know you know that, and it did not show up in the other one. So I'm starting to see some other ones, OWL and SMR. Bivy is it's interesting. I mean, it's just kind of hanging around that 14 mark. It hasn't really had like a massive sell-off yet. So I'm still kind of holding out maybe later on in the day. Maybe. I don't think it's too affected by what the market's doing. Ooh, well, guys, I'm just sort of not too interested. I guess I should have shorted the X. That would have given us something. The X coming into that 200-day moving average that basically fell off it. Now X is testing the VWAP. The VWAP is 2451, so it's testing the VWAP right now. That is US Steel X. Really on the long side, Jamie? Which ones? Jamie in our YouTube room saying the compare count window. I couldn't add it. The gentleman who will add this for me to my homepage, he won't be back until Tuesday. So he said if it's an emergency, he could do something. But I said it's not an emergency. So this will be added to my homepage by Tuesday. This is this compare count window that we talked about yesterday. Oh, go to. Okay. I just couldn't find an entry. I felt like I was just chasing it. All right. Well, this has got a little bit of room, guys. It's Flounce or Fluence Energy, FLNC. The low of looking left is nine. Oh, I thought it was lower. It's 1901. So it's only 50 cents away from that low. And again, you're in sort of chase mode down. Okay, what is Fate doing? FATE, guys, on the way down here and not an all-time low, but so FATE, and let's see what sort of resistance or support there might be on the weekly chart. Ooh, I don't see very much, not very much for Fate, FATE. So there's maybe a short opportunity for Fate, FATE. Volume's not bad, almost a million shares. And Goldman initiates coverage with a sell recommendation. Okay, so extends losses as Goldman initiates at sell. So that they've initiated something at a sell. So this is not something they've been following and then downgrading it from previous price targets. This is an initiation. I don't know what their price target is. $10. What is it now? So Goldman, so they're initiating they're initiating coverage on Fate with a $10 price target for Fate, FATE. Well, I always say that Zach scans are for people who are experienced traders. I mean, you're not easy to play bounces or tops. Okay, trying to figure out where a bounce is going to happen. Stocks moving down. I mean, all it's doing is alerting you to the fact that a stock is moving down. Gives you an alert. Doesn't mean you just pile into the trade right at the time. The other thing I'd also be looking at. I mean, bounces today. I mean, right now with the market doing what it's doing, probably bounces wouldn't be terrible, but certainly if the market was kept moving down, you hard pressed to find a good bounce. Okay, so to me, you always have to be looking at to see what the market's doing. The other thing that Zach points out is that you should check to see whether or not the stock has some news about it too that's forcing it to go down. Sometimes stocks are moving down, not for any specific reason, and they could bounce. But if a stock has got some devastating news, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe it is news, like it's a bio, bad data, you probably, I mean, not saying you won't get a bounce, but I'd probably shy away from things like that. But not easy. They're not easy. I mean, SMR showed up. So I'd be looking at that and going, okay, you might get a little bounce out of it, but there's the VWAP, at 10. So I mean, to me that could easily stall it. Well, there have been some, I mean, I would say more on the topping side, especially in a market like this. I mean, you get stocks that are making new highs. Just one moment, please. But yeah, yeah. So what I was saying is that topping, if you see one, I mean, in a market in a day when the market's down like this, I mean, you're not going to find too many topping plays, right? Just because, I mean, there are not too many stocks meeting those filter requirements that are soaring higher parabolically. But if you do see one, I'd probably pay more attention to the topping plays than the bounce plays on a day like today. And of course, the reverse, you have a day, maybe I'm sure we'll get a day. Don't We will get a day in which the market soars again, and then you start to see some bounce, so some stocks that are moving down. Again, if it's as long as it's not bad news, you could easily get bounces from those. So it really depends on the day, but they're not easy. Even at the best of times, they're not easy. So, to further answer your question, when you say, I get it's an oversold scam, but I'm not sure how to use it, in that case, I wouldn't do it. All right, Bibby, you are schizo right now. You're over 14 again. So let's see if you can maintain 14 again. The other thing that you might see from that scan is that you could see the same stock making new low. For instance, here's iHeart. I don't know where it first came out, but you could see the same stock, making new low, and you're wondering, well, do I do it now? Do I do it now? Do I do it now? That's when it gets really difficult. So my advice, steer clear. If you're not comfortable with it, you don't. I mean, I don't have enough time to pay attention to it as much as I'd like to. All right, it is Andy today in our YouTube room. He just notifying me. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break between 12 and 1. Andy, I'll take over in our YouTube room. I'll post the link to YouTube before I take my break. Now, the other thing, if I were looking for a bounce on iHeart, I'd be looking left, be looking to see, okay, where is there any support at all? So you look at that low over here and that's 653, still, it's still 30 cents away. But if it were close and you were getting that alert from Zach Scan, close to what potentially could be a support area, then you can start really looking also. Okay, guys, so the histogram is telling me that it's starting to get more bullish candles versus bearish candlestick patterns. Starting to tell me that. Okay, on the bivvy. This is this histogram here. You can see the bars are getting a little taller than the previous ones. Not 100%, of course. Doesn't mean that this is going to rock from here, but at least it's telling me that there appears to be more bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish. All right, I forgot now. Where is the next high on the weekly chart for this GOTU? GOTU? So we've got a high at 318. We've got a high at 337. We've got a high at 342. So, and then after that, we've got a big spike up to 458. So, I mean, in theory, it's still got some room. Novavax keeps inching its way up, guys. NVAX keeps inching its way up. I don't know about this one, Zach. THRD. Again, this is one with bad news from yesterday. Okay, so yeah, it's appearing on Zach's bounce scanner, but you know, oh, it did bounce. I mean, from the bottom here, 407, all the way back up to 462, but it's really taken a downturn. Somebody was asking yesterday about counter trend plays, and so there's movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. When the market's doing this, and all of a sudden you see a little green symbol here. Well, that's a pretty good counter trend, counter to what the market is doing. So you don't have to get fancy. And this is this compare count window, which will be added to my homepage next week. It's just a different way of presenting the data in a ticker tape. So it's like two competing strategies, one on the upside, one on the downside, with similar filters in place, and which ones are moving higher, which ones are moving lower. So here's another one, T-Dub. This could be it. Well, okay. Yesterday's high though was 210, so I mean, it could stall it, and then the high before that was 225. I mean, if that weren't there, this could be a very interesting play. T-Dub, lot of volume. Well, volume, I shouldn't say that. Volume is just one of the filters I have in place here, and these is a volume burst. I think it's 5 minutes or 1 minute. I can't remember. Let me take a look. Okay, it is volume in the last minute is at least 300% of normal. Okay, so there has to be a little bit of a volume burst, and that you can see it right there. That's a 15-minute chart, of course, but you can see the volume burst right there. So if anybody wants this, you just have to ask for it. Okay. So again, how to explain this? Two competing strategies. One, green is going to be stocks moving higher, red, stocks moving lower. Okay. So basically you're running them against each other. So if I look, so it doesn't, well, I can look at the configuration. So what can be flipped will be flipped. By flipping, I mean this. So in the other version with the red data, we'll be looking for new lows, new pre-market lows, and new post-market lows. Okay, so I can flip that, and I can flip this. The price is up at least 2% from the previous close. That can be flipped to be down 2% from the previous close. Okay, and so basically you're just taking, you could take two alert windows, and because that's all they are, they're just alert windows, and that's all they are. They're just alert windows. Okay, and you basically and they compete against each other. And so what happens here is the reason you see 70% versus 30% is that go to and TDUP. It's not that 70% of the symbols, it's just that every time this makes a new high, this gets added to this list or the percent. So right now, even though the market looks terrible, okay, we've got these two go to and TDUP that are moving well. Now, I just started this again. Okay, when I started this at 9:30, it looks a lot different. Not a lot different, believe it or not, because I think what was happening is that there were some stocks that just kept moving higher and higher and higher, and over and over and over again. And sure, there were stocks moving lower, but not. But I guess the stocks that are moving lower were not at the same acceleration as some of these stocks that were moving higher, if that makes sense. Anyway, you can start this at any time. So if I right click and I clear it, that'll mean it'll start doing this compare count at 11:51 Eastern time. Okay, so I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Clear. And so if you loaded it just a couple minutes ago, you probably would have seen the go to, but if you load it right now, this is what you'll see. So I had a question yesterday, it said, how come it's blank? Well, it's blank because as we speak, no filters, no stocks are meeting either of those filter requirements on the upside or the downside. So why use this? It's just a different way of presenting the data. Okay. With a ticker, most people use the ticker, and it's the same thing. You just click on the ticker and it'll load into the chart. So you could do very interesting things with the compare account. For instance, if you wanted to compare energy stocks today and you had a list of energy stocks, that you wanted to do a comparison or biotech or something like that, what you do is then you take that list and in the configure where it says symbol lists, you add the list. If you know how to create a symbol list and all, so you could create your symbol list, you move it over so it's in this column, and then you check it, only the following list, check it. And so then you can have, say, a list of just energy stocks competing against each other. Which ones are moving higher? Which ones are moving lower, as an example. And it's not that you couldn't create two alert windows that would accomplish the same thing. It's just an interesting, a different way of presenting the data and also giving you that sort of that feedback. Are there more on the upside versus the downside? See, right now it just says 50-50 because there is nothing happening yet. No stocks are meeting the requirements. Is it in the web-based version? Good question. Let me go and check. I think it is, but let me check. Yeah, compare count. There's a compare count. So you could take that. You could take the link that I put in, and then load it from the cloud, and then. But we do have a compare count right here. This is a new highs and lows. It's just a very simple one. And it's going to be really quick because there's probably not a lot of filters in here. You see how, because there's probably not, I have to look at the configure. Yeah, I mean, there's hardly any filters, one in $250 and the daily volume's at least 10,000 shares a day. So, I mean, I would take that if you wanted, you could take that and kind of create mine just by adjusting these filter values. on both the upside and the downside. But it's up to you. But I guess the answer to your question is yes. Compare count does exist for the web-based version. I mean, you'd never want something like this. I mean, this is just too quick. That's why you'd want more filters. So if you have mine, for instance, it would look a lot, the crawl would be a lot, a lot slower because I have some filters in here that are, but I would never want to crawl this fast. Does that make sense, Sammy? So if you took this, the link that I gave you, save it to your cloud, and then you can load it into the web-based version, and then you'd have this one if you want this one. But you could take this one, that's already here, and then start to adjust it. Go to the configure, click on that summary, and maybe start or go to alerts, okay, or filters. Go to the filters. I haven't used this web-based version. Well, I don't use the web-based version at all, but so it's a matter of just maybe changing a price range. I never use the average daily volume. Okay, it's up to you if you want to. I never use average daily volume. The reason being, and this is very low anyway, 10,000. But I would put probably a minimum volume in here. So if you wanted it to be like mine, you put 300K. Work on their web-based version? No. Of course, I don't think I said okay. So there's 300,000 shares, okay? As an example. So that'll change it right off the bat. And then you do the same thing for the other one. Because what you're doing is you're doing a competition between stocks moving higher versus stocks moving lower with essentially the same filters. So now we'll probably see lots of stocks moving lower, because I did not make that change there. And we might see a green stock at some point. There we go. So HYZD, fold. See, it's too hard. I mean, so that's why you'd want to put some filters in, to try to click on these. Don't even think you can do it. Oh, 11:59, and you might even be there. I might have that on mute. Just give me a moment. No, Andy hasn't shown up yet. Okay, guys, let me put my announcement in. There he is. Hi, Andy.
Hey, Barry. How are you, buddy?
Okay. Just give me a moment here while I put my announcement in the so they know I'm going to be on mute. Just give me a moment.
I can start presenting, you think, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. On mute. Back around. Now, can you go to one, or do you have to leave earlier?
Oh, no, I can go to one. No problem.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Let's see.
Okay, guys, I'm on mute now in the main room. Just give me a moment, and in their Discord room. So let me just do that and that. So I can keep talking to you, Andy.
Okay, let's
And
see. I'm trying to figure out if I go to entire screen. There you go, entire screen. There we go.
let me just put the YouTube link in the room so they can head over there if they want. Listen to you and all the glorious things you're going to tell them.
Oh, good. Yeah. How about that? Well,
How about that? Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, if you're bullish, not too much glory today, huh?
Yeah, like how are you swing traders doing these days?
Man, I'm pretty nimble. I'm actually doing okay.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, yeah. But been playing a lot of China stocks, and it's holding up. Holding
Yeah.
up pretty well. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I thought this Momo may get going today, but it's. I think the market's just got everything kind of on pause right here. But
You check out that Go To. I mean, that one
I
has
did
been
see
just
that. Yeah.
insane. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
China education stock, but look where it came from just about maybe 2.5 weeks ago
Yep.
from, or a little longer than 78
Oh
cents. It
yeah.
was on
Crazy.
the 15th, so a month
Yep.
ago. 78 cents, $3.
Yeah. I have done well, and I took advantage of this down move in Tau the other day and bought some pretty close to lows down here. So I did scalp out all of it yesterday, so I'm missing this move today. But I look for those opportunities when they drive these stocks down, for no reason at all, just to pick up little shares here and there.
Hmm.
Different style than you, Barry, but you got to remember I'm more of a swing trader. So
Oh yeah,
yeah,
I know that. But you're right. You picked the right sector, really. I mean, the China
yeah.
sector.
Hmm.
And of course, with yesterday's news, if that holds about China overall, maybe saying, okay, we're not going to delist a whole bunch of stocks,
Yep.
but that's been going on, it seems like, for
Oh
years now.
yeah, it has. I mean, yeah. There's. I think the biggest thing over there is, freeing up their economy from COVID.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got two things going. You've got
Yep.
COVID, and then okay, not maybe a massive delisting of China stocks, but
There
you're
you
right.
go.
COVID is probably more front and center.
Yep. That's true. But
Okay, my friend,
all right. Yeah. Barry, have a good break, man.
I will.
We
Okay,
will. Yeah. We'll see you in an hour.
you will. Okay,
Bye bye.
bye.
Hi everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. My name is Andy. Assuming you guys can hear me all okay, since Barry could hear me. And it looks like we're getting some spam in the chat room. But anyway, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Hi, Bill. How are you? You guys can see my screen okay and everything? Yeah, let's take a look at the markets. I was thinking we could possibly get a little bounce when I saw these two bottoming tails right here. Let me pull up my Epic pen so I can. But man, it and then we turned around and went to lows. So not much not much going on over here. The eight, you know what, Gary, 80-21 trend pullback scan. I'm gonna have to get somebody else. I think that's something Dan had. Are you talking about the Market Explorer in the ME, or is it actually a scan like a top list or a uh, alert window? Because you know what, I'm not that familiar with that one. I hate to do that to you. You can always send a email to us at info@trade-ideas.com, trade-ideas.com. But Market Explorer, yeah, that's something you talk to. Send Michael an email. I think that's something Dan had him build. I think there's one of our affiliates. I can't remember who it is, but that uses that pattern. Oil popping, huh? Let's see. Well, it's weird. I was doing just fine until I got in here and started Let's just go down here to my fine US. So it's still down. Yeah, a little pop there. I tell you one that's been holding up really well. It's having a bad day today, but that was going into well, it's still holding up very well. Look at this NINE one. If you do get a pop in gold, I would focus on. That's a very very bullish pattern there. It's been holding up uh, really well. So keep an eye out. That oil keeps bouncing, and this thing can get back above 10. May one you want to keep an eye on because that, like I said, that's one of the most bullish oil stocks I've seen the last couple of days. Maybe if oil pops, it gets the market popping a little bit. Yeah, this Momo, I'm in a nice position in this Momo. This Momo I actually held in during earnings and but I've been keeping a core position, and you can see right now my current average is 796, but I definitely would add some more in this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring this down a little bit if it gets back up anywhere close to that 850 range. I may be interested in buying some of that, although it is getting late on a Friday. So, all right. Hi, Andy. I like the bullish candle pattern scanner from yesterday. Just curious, if I run the scan during trading hours days, does it look at just the candle from yesterday? Yes. And I will pull this up. I did a webinar yesterday, and thank you, Patrick, for bringing that to my attention. He's talking about the bullish daily candlestick patterns. And what this does, it looks for daily candlestick patterns. And when so the key word is daily there, right? Because so today has not finished, so it's got to be looking at yesterday's daily candlestick pattern. And this IBTE is a good example. There is your, I'm not sure what this is. Man, that's kind of a wonky. Let me go into history and see if there's anything better. You're going to see most of you. It's very rare that you see a doji, but there's a great example. A doji, you were alerted to this as it took out yesterday's high. Uh, but you'll see it's always looking at the previous daily candle. Okay, it doesn't even give you any input until like in the wee hours of the morning because it goes all night. Our servers go all night looking for these patterns. Another You know what, guys? I hadn't had trouble. I wonder if there's anything. There's a good example of a green bar reversal. Now, yesterday this came through as a bottoming tail, and it took out yesterday's high. So this is a nice little. There's your green bar yesterday, green bar reversal. Seeing some continuation in this AZRE. So I'll share it with you guys. If you haven't looked at this, this is like a good day to be using this. I was actually using it this morning. Uh, looking for stocks that may be reversing from a bullish tail yesterday. There's a bottoming tail yesterday. Let's pull it up. It's amazing that I haven't had an issue all day, and then I start this StreamYard, and it gets slow. Now, of course, I'm on a dev version, guys. Okay. There's a great example of a bottoming tail yesterday. Okay. Now you got alerted this morning as it took out, that high. But of course, the market has been ugly all day, but maybe one to watch. If it gets back above through highs, it's a nice little bottoming tail. But right now, boy, the bulls are in charge. I'm sorry, the bears are in charge. You saw all four patterns today. Yeah, I did too. It's rare that you see a doji and a hammer. Let me look at for the hammer. There it is. There's a hammer, and you'll see what I'm talking about. See, that's a perfect. It has to be a perfect handle. In other words, uh, it has to, if it was a little bit of wick above that red, it would not report as a hammer. It would report as a bottoming tail. So that's a perfect hammer right there. As it goes to highs. So interesting. This is for people who like it really simple and want to use a strategy where you know where your entry is and you kind of know where your exit is. What I like to do is if I'm buying this, I buy as it's going through yesterday's high, and I use the tail of this day as my stop. So it's you basically have your risk parameters, set for you there when you're swing trading these. So see, there's your doji, and this must have. Yeah, I'm not sure why. Let me check the time on this. Oh, that's going back a long time. I somehow got let's just go to today. Let me try something different. Time frame. We'll just go now. Just if I get the stuff from today. Oh, yeah, that would have been ugly. This is why you're careful about taking, those early moves in the morning. I know it's tempting when you see these patterns, but man, just avoid stuff like that. I always like to wait, about 20, 30 minutes before, I'll take that initial position. Uh, let's see, FRPT, that's the one we just looked at. Set an alert in. Calmain, we already looked at that one. And boy, that gets back above this level right here. Might want to take a look at it. All right, so I'll share this with you. I'll put it back on real time and keep it handy just in case we see anything going off. Maybe I'll stick it over here and just kind of keep an eye on it. See if we see any new stuff coming through, and I'll go ahead and drop it for some of those that you may not have it into the. Yeah, Patrick. It's nice to see a hammer in there every now and then. And bullish daily. I'm just going to put CS for candlesticks. And it's one I built probably, geez, 5 years ago, maybe, and it's still very, uh, very good patterns because I had the configuration set up. Anytime you see a pattern, you just don't want to take a trade on it just because. You're welcome, Jamie. Uh, just don't want to take a trade just because you have a nice potentially bullish pattern. You want to wait for it confirms it, and the way I like to do that is seeing it take out the prior day's high after that candlestick pattern. All right, let's take a look at the markets real quick, guy. And there's nothing really excited about this market. I mean, you have it's a Friday. I mean, I would call this maybe a little level down here around 380. So it's still another buck 50 to go. And the spies, which would also kind of, some people would call it, close the gap there. But some people will use the high of the gap. Okay. Some will use the close of the gap, which would be quite a bit lower in this gap down here. So either one can work, but and it's just subjective. You can, if it does hold the high of this bar, maybe something we can build off of. But right now, just really 4 ugly days, and the SPY's not looking good. Behind now, below all key moving averages. Uh, Qs, same way, just pitiful. So just and there's IWM. So just 4 days ago, a lot of bullish people out there because things were kind of looking up and up on the charts, and just boy, just wiped that out really good here in 4 days. So oversold though, we are definitely oversold. So you could get a bounce at any time. It's always good to. And here's RS coming through. Okay, off that hammer play. Always good to look for opportunity because you never know when you'll get in a little rip, face ripping short covering rally. But typically don't happen on a Friday afternoon, but who knows? Let's see. Milko strong. I think the key, what I'd look for is if it trade, above this in the spies. Let's just put up the spies real quick. If it can get back above this, this guiding hand 10 period moving average, could be worth a little bit of a short covering. As a matter of fact, speaking of bottoming tails, I built this morning to kind of keep an eye on stocks that had a bottoming tail yesterday. If I don't have the top list up, I don't think I didn't even save the top list. I'm afraid. I'm sorry I didn't. But basically, all it is a configuration for the daily pattern for the bottoming tail, and I ran a little a race on it. Okay, so if you look at this at home, there's your bottoming tail yesterday. Once again, a China stock. China's been holding up well. If we look today, you're going to see China is up on the day chart. Boy, looks a lot better than what you find in our markets, the US markets right now. So there's a good example of a bottoming tail where it was getting close to taking out that high. I had an alert go off earlier. I'll just set it right there. Uh, there's your bottoming tail. Now it's going to show you the races regardless of where. I don't have it where it has to be. I probably should do that. I probably should do it to where do the configuration where it has to be like in the upper 10% of yesterday's high. I'll work on that and do it because other than there's one that's close to yesterday's high. So this could be one to this is a good one right there. Bird. There's your bottoming tail yesterday. Just took out yesterday's high. Now I'm not saying go rush and buy it, but uh, could be an interesting little race. I'll share this as well. I think a bottoming tail race. I built that this morning. Make sure share, copy all. This could be a really good race when you're in this kind of market that we're in because if you get a nice bounce in the market, a lot of these stocks that had that nice bottoming tail yesterday could be definitely be ones to watch. They're relatively strong. See if I can find any more. So far, that At Home and Bird are probably the better two looking one. Early. You're welcome, Jamie Lee. Let's take a look at Momo because I may be buying some more Momo. I would definitely like for the spies to be at above, this 15 period moving average before, you know, I enter more in this trade. I can also see it sitting here in a perfect little doji as it waits for its 10 period moving average to come up, but very, very nice could be a very explosive pattern. And take a look to where it might go. You always want to go to the daily, and has a lot of stuff over here, but I could definitely see it going to, $10. But yeah, or better than that would be around $11. But who knows? One to watch though. Look at X on the fast cars list. Having an actually good day. Nucor got clobbered yesterday. Is it having a nice bounce back? Yeah, not really, still down on the day. What happened to my oh, there it is. I'll put it over here. Dada's the China play there. Looking good. Don't like chasing highs, but I'm more one that looks for those setups like Momo and try to be early in them. And then once again, guys, I always have my China watcher as well, kind of over here on the top list on my other screen to find those opportunities. This is a very thin, you can see it's only done 755 shares, but it's one of those China educational stocks that can get going at times when it gets going, but boy, you gotta wait for volume in that. I'll pull this alert down here in case that ever gets above those moving averages. VIPS has been very strong. Another China educational stock. Let's see. Another one I don't like chasing, but gets back above these highs over here. I kind of want to know about it. Walmart pulled back to 50, huh? Oh yeah, interesting level there, Bill. Yeah, I take a shots all the time on stocks like that. But once again, I would like a little confirmation, in the market. It's pretty much selling off with the market. So uh if I did take a position, I kind of like that also you have this ledge, right here. So not only do you have the 50 period moving average, you have a nice level of support right there. So yeah, good eye, Bill. That's how you look for opportunity. Now, there's two ways to play it. A lot of times, what I'll do is take maybe a small position, maybe even if it's a third of a position right here, uh, and then let's say it bounces up to the next Monday and takes out that high, then you maybe can add some more. Kind of scale into a position that when the market's kind of like this, you don't want to just dive in. But yeah, that's definitely an interesting spot right there. Okay, yeah, I'll give you the China watcher scan. Might as well keep an eye on what is strong. And you can run a race with this as well. So I did have on my other, this is my race layout. On my home layout, I think I did have a race for the China watcher. Let me know if that's not it. I think I hit copy all. Sometimes I don't. That'll be the older link. And a lot of times what I'll do is go down to the bottom, maybe find some stuff. This Legion Biotech pops up on my China watcher, and I copied this from I can't remember someplace online, but let's take a look at the profile. Yeah, it operates in North America and China. Okay, so it does have, but it looks like it's based here in the U.S., but it does have a China segment, China market. Anyway, kind of a strong pattern there. I'd like to know if this one gets back above this 10 period moving average and takes. I got alert there if it takes out those two highs right there. Strong chart over the last few months. EH was a high flyer the other day. You can see I have an alert down here that I stuck down here. I think this is China, like flying taxis. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but I think that's. But I'd like to know when it hits that 20 period moving average, and also you got the support over here. I've been in this PDSB for bought it yesterday, right around here, I believe. Let's see, when did I buy this thing yesterday? I think I bought it. No, that's 2 days ago. Yeah, I think I bought this thing yesterday around uh, 9:28 or something like that. And by the time I reached and got it in my paper trader, it was a little bit higher, but like the pattern. I thought I was going to get it up to 10 today, where I was going to sell some, but it didn't quite get there and reversed on me. But I keep losing my bottoming tails. Oh, there it is. Have it over here. Okay, you got the China watcher, so I can put it back over here. Fold alert going off. I took a big move to get there. I don't like chasing things after they've had that many consecutive up bars. See that drive down, and taking advantage of things like that that just drive down, wipe out everybody below those moving averages, and a nice bounce there. Check a look at the fast cars. There's one right there going to highs right now. Nice little horseshoe. Well, kind of a more of a W. Hmm. Nicola. Nicola. Always good when you're going through just looking for stocks, and you see, just if you see a pattern that likes, just go ahead and throw a price alert, set it and forget it, and then who knows, it goes off and could provide some excellent opportunity. All right, spies. See if you can get above that 10 period moving average. I can see the bulls stepping in and maybe not going to highs. I mean, not going, I shouldn't say that, never not going positive on the day, but a lot of times you see these types of patterns after a big sell off, and the bulls will come in and defend and try to close the market just right at or above the 50 period moving average. So I would not be surprised, even though it's a Friday, I wouldn't be surprised to see that. But boy, up to this point, really weak. Well, look at this RS, man. It had a nice little, move from when we first saw it. It's a buck 50 move on that hammer, Patrick. Dollar's getting a little bit kind of toppy there, looking to possibly roll over, which would, if you haven't noticed, you probably need to start doing that. The market has been kind of following the, going opposite of the market. But Steve mentioned the other day in his webinar, it could be decoupling just because the dollar hasn't been showing any strength lately, but yet our market has been rolling over. All right, Spy. Let's see what you can do here. See if you can get above that 15 period moving average. Yep, there's a little pop there. So if you're looking for any opportunity, I have a few logs over here, but most of them are China. The one I'm watching to really add is Momo. Pop there in Kara. And that could just end up being a wick through the spies and just come right back and close below it. And what you like to see is the candle uh, close. This is a brand new dev version I'm using, guys. I'm sure you heard Barry talk about it, but anyway, you can see my SPY down here. So like to see what you would like to see is that candle close above that 15-minute candle close above that 10 period moving average. And got 5 more minutes to do that. So not failing at this time, but and it is a very weak Friday, so let's have to see. But could provide a little opportunity. Take a look at the cues. Pretty much the same thing. Always good to focus on Apple because it has such a big presence. And you can see I put an alert there for earlier in the day. Apple sometimes can kind of lead the market around. It's sitting on some critical support in Apple. If I back out, you'll see what I'm talking about. So nice triple bottom there. See which alert's going to go off first. Okay, here's a bottoming tail IBTF. Low volume, but there's your bottoming tail yesterday. Took out the high. That's why we got an alert there. And the SPY does not look like it's going to make it through. This is why you don't get all giddy when you see or start seeing and start buying a bunch of stuff when you see that move. You like I said, you like that candle to close above it. If you're if you're a day trader, you're looking to maybe do some catching a bounce in the market. It's better to be a little bit late than uh, early and wrong. Heard a GBTG somewhere. There we go. Oh, no, not bad. A couple of really good volume bars breaking out of the level. Not really strong level as it does it, but nice nice momentum the last couple of days. Take a look at the IWM, see what it it's doing. Boy, it's really just if you're short, you came in short, you're probably loving things right now. Speaking of which, it's a good time to bring up that uh geez, what was the name of that? Yeah, short bounce below 50. Wait, and just do another back test on this thing to see how well it's working. Now this is a this is a hold for like a 3-day hold, so a lot of these alerts that came through the last 2 days would not have closed out yet and be in the so imagine like when I run this thing after today or over the weekend, it's going to even be better than that. But just goes to show you that a good short strategy can pay off there. Not killing it, but nice profit factor. And I don't, I you can see by the number of filters in here, I do not have this optimized. Just I don't like taking, I don't like just curve fitting where you just have so many filters that you're kind of creating the outcome. Well, that was a good call by Holly there. And that I remember that day. Yeah, she had a really good one, but that boy, you held on to that one. You made nice, like about 30 points. All right, let's take a look. Momo is, yeah, it's looking really good. It is. I mean, I feel better if we had a little market move with it, but once again, the China FXI and both KWeb is still up on the day, and it's a very, very strong chart. Qfin was the trade of the week, and it's still hanging out, above its key moving averages. Had a little pop yesterday, but just kind of failed with the market. If the market had just hung on, not even been strong, if it just held on, I think this one would have been a really good one. I did get out yesterday, had a little bit of profit, so I just took them, but definitely one I want to consider re-entering, maybe if it gets back above this 35 level. But boy, this market hadn't had any buyers for 4 days. Potentially, maybe people, you know, you think after a move like this, those that may have gotten short will take some profits going into the weekend. But so far, no, nothing, no buyers. Let's see if the Qs are sitting in any kind of level. I don't think they are. You got this, yeah, kind of in no man's land there. Looks like they want to go possibly a gap fill too. Yeah, I'm probably just going to cut this one for a small loser. I really don't like taking these biotechs home that much, especially one that really doesn't have any revenues. Just probably sitting and waiting on some phase two ruling. It went right down there, bounced off that 5-day moving average. So I'll probably, if this goes down there again and my alert goes off, I'll probably just bail. Ooh, this is one you see. I stuck an alert in there a while back, just too low. I think the 10 period moving average was down there, and I was hoping it would come down here and slam. That's a nice little move right there. Game. There used to be a China stock called Game. Look at this thing. Looks like it's. Ooh, just a slow bleed now. Thing about this pattern, I'd like for them to go at some point pretty quickly and not because I've noticed these patterns if they string out for a long period of time, it seems like seems like they don't work. Uh, so I mean, I'm not that excited about it going today because the market's going to turn rolling over and going to lows, but who knows? I mean, it still can. All you got to do is look what Tow's doing today and EDU. They had nice breakout moves. Go to, I should say, even though this is a different sector. But typically, when you have a nice big move, especially after earnings, and you get this kind of pattern, they usually resolve themselves in the same direction from whence it came. So hopefully that will uh, work in this case as well. But sure, no fun when the market's getting taken to the woodshed. Yeah, yeah, Peter. I'm sorry. Yeah, that one's going to need. I forgot about that. That one's going to need a watch list. If you send an email, I'll get it to you. If anybody wants that, I don't think I can. Well, let me see if I can. I
You
think I can
can't.
drop it. I
You
can.
can.
It'll just be all clustered together, but they can't grab.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can do that, but it's going to be all clustered together, and you'll have to do your own spacing before you drop it into a, you know,
And if
uh,
some are three
into a
symbols and
list.
some are four letters
Yeah,
long,
yeah,
it's,
you have to know which is which. And it's kind of so. Just anybody that wants it, just send. I know most people have it, so or Peter, I'm telling you, if you go to Google and just Google a list of China stocks, you're gonna find one and just copy and paste. But if you don't want to do that, just send me an email and I'll send it to you. Did you enjoy your break, Barry?
Andy, I actually took a break. Normally, what I
Good.
do is I have a little workout for about 20 minutes and I race around the house trying to clean up a little bit. And
Oh
this
yeah.
time I said no. I said, I plunked myself in front of the TV and watched an old version, an old Mork and Mindy, if you can believe it.
hmm
I was on what we have something called Me TV. I think it's all
Oh
over
yeah.
the
Oh
States
yeah.
too. All
They
the
have some
old shows.
old
And
shows.
so put it on and
You
I
know
said,
what's Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh,
Finish
no,
up.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my daughter, she's 17 years old, and she loves the old westerns, and we've seen all of the Bonanzas, all of the Riflemans.
Hmm.
Now we're watching Rawhide. You remember that one? It goes
Oh,
away.
well, Rawhide, Clint Eastwood. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, yeah. It's
I
Clint
mean,
Eastwood when he was pretty much a kid.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
hmm
Well, and it's funny because Cecilia came from Peru, so when we got on, you mentioned the Rifleman. She loved the Rifleman, so we
Oh
watched
wow.
every single
Yeah.
episode of the Rifleman. I mean, that started in the 50s, I
Oh
think.
yeah. Sure did.
And then Star Trek. She wasn't really
Oh
knew
yeah.
anything about
Yeah.
Star Trek, and so we watched every episode of Star
Yeah.
Trek.
Same with Juju.
Hilarious, but
Yeah.
it was all like brand new to her.
Yeah. Well, it's refreshing, man.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know. Yeah, it is. I just don't think the stuff they have coming out today, man. They just I don't know. There's
yeah.
Apple at Lowe's now, so yeah. This boy, it's no relief for the Bulls. Last 4 days there.
No,
No.
400 seems like a year ago now, doesn't it, for the SPY?
Yeah, it does. It
I
does.
mean, it seems like, because I remember the day when I got up to, I think 410 or 415, and okay, I guess here we go. Look at the moving averages though, like the 200-day moving average for now. Things like the big one to me is XLF financials. Look at
Yes.
that now. I mean, it's now getting
Yeah.
below the 200-day.
Yeah.
Um, even even take a look at XLE, which was the star. It's getting
Yeah.
closer and closer to
Yeah.
the 200-day. So man, oh man, but I think
Yeah.
when
It's
financials went below,
You know what? And I was mentioning that in a webinar a while back. When I saw Bank of America sell off, about 11% in 4 days, I'm going, that's a big move for a big bank, And I'm like,
mhm.
keep an eye on the bank. You got Credit Suisse who's just kind of holding on here for dear life on all-time lows, and I hate to say, that contagion risk out there, but you never know.
Yeah.
You have no idea what those guys are up to with their uh, derivatives and stuff. Boy,
I don't. Luckily, because I'm more of an intraday trader, it doesn't
right?
totally
Doesn't
affect
sure.
me. But
Right.
still, I'm aware. I've got to be aware.
Sure.
And I
Yeah,
think
you
that
don't.
was the big one for me when the banks when
Oh, yeah.
XLF when it broke down through that 200-day.
Mhm.
That's not going to be pretty.
No, no,
Because
and,
it's funny because even when we were in the we were in called the bear market. When I was looking, I go through an exercise every morning and I look at the major sectors, and still I think 6 or 7 out of the 10 that I look at were above the 200-day. And of course, the bad ones were consumer discretionary,
sure.
technology, and communications. But the other ones were all kind of flirting with the 200-day or well above it.
Uh-huh.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, man, nope. You're right.
So
You are right.
I'm right. So do I have to take over now?
Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea.
Okay. All
Oh,
right.
man, but,
Well,
alright,
have a nice
Barry.
weekend there, Andy.
Yeah, you enjoy your weekend, and everybody out there, you do the same, and we'll see you on Monday, bud.
You will. Okay. Bye
Bye-bye.
bye. All right, guys. I'm back in YouTube. back in a Discord and back in the main room. So I'm back, everything. And let me get rid of my message. Okay, so the question, are we moving to Discord for sure at the end of the month? No, that is not a for sure. We still have to figure out if there's a way in which we can have more people watching the stream than 50. I know there's all sorts of, but they seem to be old reports. Anyway, we're looking into it. We're contacting them. Haven't got any answer back yet. If we can pay more, if we can't, then we're probably not. We will not be moving to Discord. I could probably keep the Discord room open. I mean, if people want to go there, that's fine. You know, it's just another way to listen to me, I suppose. And if you're among the first 50, you'd see my screen. But so there's no, definitely, though it's not like we thought that we were definitely going, but we didn't realize there was that limitation, or it seems to be a limitation. And so what's happening here? I see the bivvy took a header. So that's kind of a no-go now. Okay, Amam, I see Amam actually did take out that 3 level. So it's got some room, a little bit of room, guys, a little bit of room. If you're really looking for something that might have a bit of a run, the AM, the next high looking left is 346. So it's had a decent day. Oops. PMT. Okay, let's see. Where's the next low? That's too close. You know, guys, if this doesn't pick up a little bit for me a little bit later, I may really shut this room down a lot earlier than normal, even in about an hour. I've sort of just kind of had it today. I've got some issues with the charts. I actually went back a version. You may or may not have seen me get rid of my trade ideas and I brought it back, went back a version. My computer is it's doing the wow thing again. So okay, Grumpy, you can just, take a flying leap somewhere, okay? If you want more people to stop doing the spiel every day, this is a promotional room, okay? If you can't handle my doing the spiel, I didn't even do it today, twice a day, then, go somewhere else. You don't have to stay here. You don't want to hear my spiel for 10 minutes. It's a free room. And yeah, I'm pissed. Had it with you. Yeah, I mean, there's no way I'm not going to do a trade ideas spiel every. Didn't even do it today. Kind of forgot. But it's a free room. Why do you think it's free? Because, obviously we try to sell subscriptions. Yes. You don't like it, go somewhere else. This is, it's not all about my talking to you, not just to you. It's you guys interacting and throwing out ideas. It's not just about, listening to me talk all day long. And that's why you can go over to YouTube and listen to somebody else in the YouTube room for an hour. So it's not like it's completely dead for the hour. If you want to listen to somebody, there is somebody over in YouTube, and there's a link. It's really easy to get into it if that's what you want to do. I'm not saying figure out. I haven't said that. Figure out what, excuse me, ways to get people into the room. You're putting words in my mouth, and I'm not saying that. Yeah, okay, I'll leave it. Okay, I'll just leave it, Grumpy. Okay, guys, go to maybe on a bit of a pullback. Yeah, and Randy, I certainly take no offense to people wanting to mute me. The 10 minutes that I talk about trade ideas in general. I have no problem with that. I get it. All right, go to high of 314. Okay, AVIR having a little bit of a pop here. AVIR, not great volume. This one from yesterday, CBay. CBay had a great day yesterday and a continuation day today. I don't know why I didn't hurt it. I mentioned this one earlier, guys, is this GBTG is sort of interesting. It's had two great days, especially yesterday. Doesn't trade very much. Well, actually, when I was showing it to you before, I think it only had 16,000 shares. It's not like it doesn't trade very much, but it's just one of those sneaky ones. So this has got some room here. Let's take a look. 598. What's the next high? 608. You know, maybe the 665 level. All right, kind of looking at the bivvy to see now if it can hold 15, 15, 13. Just kind of seeing if it can hold the 13 level. But it broke down through the VWAP. That's not good. Maybe if it takes the VWAP back. So I'm going to stick an alert around 1375 for bivvy, just in case. Yeah, no kidding on the NTRA. I did not see this one at all. NTRA did not see it at all. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Don't see any specific news. Ah, okay, traders circulate Piper Sandler note on the stock. So obviously they're bullish on the stock. Well, look at IMV guys after their financing. Basing, just basing right around here. I think was it 260? No idea, Barry. Barry to Barry, no idea. I went back a version for me, and it's sort of better, but no idea. I know they're working on it, and the problem is that it's only affecting certain servers. I don't know how many servers we've got. I think we've got 3 or 4 of them, and that's the issue. It's not widespread. So I have no update, zero update. Sorry, I wish I could be more positive, but the only positive thing I can say is I positively have no update. Meta, boy, I haven't looked at Meta for a while. META. I mean, it's been ever since they laid off all those people. Okay, and maybe said, trying to refocus or whatever the heck they do. I don't even know what I mean, I'm not a Facebook or a Meta subscriber, so never got into it. But I have to say, it's been holding as opposed to Amazon. Amazon, I thought when they made all their layoff information announcements, I thought Amazon would get back over 100, and even close. You'd have to ask Barry. I don't have them to give to you, so you'd have to ask it, but I don't think it's going to, I don't really think it's going to help. But I went back and I'm not saying it made a big difference. I mean, I'm just going to start loading some charts. If I don't see them, it seems like maybe, but it's so, well, it's so intermittent though, sometimes you click on a symbol and the charts load immediately. Sometimes it doesn't. But I was finding with the version I'm always on a development version. I always have to remember that. So if you want, you can go to support or you can go to our homepage and see if they can give you one. Okay. Give you a link for one. Let me just give you the homepage link. I don't know if they can, I don't know how far back they can go. Okay. You just give me your email address and oh, Pepe, even but Pepe might be able to help you. Read this morning though that it's no slam dunk that TikTok's going away. Ooh, no kidding, this is the one that got away. I remember talking about this one right around that 4 level. I mean, this is the crazy one, that did the reverse split that has still not been picked up by our data provider. And but no doubt about, no question. I mean, it moved from 3 to 6. Was it that bad in terms of the spread for that $6 stock or $4 stock, whatever it was, COSM? Yeah, I know you're exaggerating a little bit. Okay, because I'm looking right now, yeah, 608, 609, 609, 610. So yeah, you can't get a better spread than that right now. Well, I mean, look, the high in the pre-market was 651. So of course, because it did the reverse split and it's a 25, a 1 for 25. So let's just take that 55 that we've got there, divided by 25, that's going to be a little over 2. So there's about 2 million in the float. Okay, 2 million shares in the float. Now it is just ripping. It looks like it's going to take out the high here, 639 or so. And the float information gets updated every well, twice a month. So this is, I don't fault our provider on that one. But let's take a look over here, 639. So it stays over 639. The volume is just getting bigger and bigger. We're increasing. The histogram even looks good. That's one big wow, guys. No, I'm supposed to do a video too. So had they announced that they were going to do a reverse split before, or they just do it to, excuse me, just do it today, which is highly unusual. I'd have to check, previous press releases, but I mean, it's highly unusual that you say, okay, guys, we're doing a reverse split today. Highly unusual. Because they did announce they were going to change their name. They at least that came out on the second. The name change will also be effective. Okay, so that came out on the second. Wow, look at this thing go. So I'm surprised at the same time they didn't say, and we're going to do a reverse, a 1 for 25 effective the same day. That's really, really surprising. But again, yeah, it might be the scummiest, scammiest company in the world, but right now is what everybody's looking at. Not everybody, but you know what I mean. Maybe I should do it too, Pepe. Well, I'll tell you what, let's take a look. I'm going to divide 670 divided by 25 equals 26 cents. Okay, so what is it now? So it's basically, see, right now, that's what it was yesterday. What did it close at? So close at 33 cents, okay? So if you divide, well, when it was 670, if you divide that by 25, that would give you 26 cents. So it is a little bit below where it closed, right? Right now. Now, plunging, yes, when it was down, I mean, look at that. I mean, pre-market, unbelievable. Well, my feedback was probably not as good as Pepe's. I don't save the previous versions, but obviously Pepe does. Is there a way to share markups between charts? You just answered that your own question? Oh, I see. Okay. Took 30 seconds. Okay. Oh man, I would hate to do my video on COSM, COSM, but let's take a look. Maybe there's something else I can do a video on. I really haven't traded much today. The Bivy was just a small loss at the beginning. I never really got back in. I'm eyeing it at that 13 level, but I don't know. Okay, Pond was halted and now, ooh, resumed or halted on the way down or resumed. It did pop up to 14. This is another one of these. Is this a SPAC? Yeah, SPAC. Angel Pond Holding. So this is a SPAC. Now, did they make any new? Did they say who they are? Okay, so on the 672 million Maria DB deal, so is that who they're going to merge with? Merger open source data software, MariaDB, Mariah. Okay. Aha. Co-founded by Theodore T. Wang, a former partner at Goldman Sachs. And another co-founder of Alibaba. Interesting. So the next step is when will it start? When will this be done? No, it's way early. Preliminary proxy, it's got to be voted on, et cetera, et cetera. Last time I listened to PJ, see, PJ, I would have made good coin, as they say, if I had shorted dip donut, but you told me not to, so I didn't. Well, Pepe, you probably know this. How far back can I, how far back can I go so that I can have the races and the web-based version using the browser or the browser interface? Seems crazy. I'm going to ask you, but you probably know. Well, if the histogram is saying anything for COSM, if you took this trade, and the spread is okay. It's only a penny right now, or 5 cents, 3 cents right now. That histogram is saying stay in the trade. All right, give me a moment, please. Hungry kitty. Well, yeah, they did the reverse. They sprung the reverse split today on them. It didn't seem to be. It wasn't a pre-announcement. So yeah, they did the reverse split today. 1 for 25 today. You're asking what's good to get in now, anything right now, you're talking about what, intraday? You're talking about, just like an intraday trade, or are you talking about, swing trading? I mean, Novavax, they did the financing. Looks like that 10 is holding, but I mean, but it got crushed. I mean, 2 days ago, this was a $17 stock. It's $10 now, as an example. And CORZ, that's out of my jurisdiction. That's under a dollar. Yeah, no idea. I don't trade anything under a dollar, so can't show the histogram, unfortunately. Still, I don't know when it's going to be released to you guys. I have no idea, but it's an indicator that it's not available to you guys. And again, have the opportunity every Tuesday to ask Michael and see what he says. He's the developer of it. I think I'll be honest with you. I think the company wants to put it as a premium service, so that's not gonna make a lot of people happy, but they don't know how to do that to just make it a premium service as an indicator. All right, guys, I've got to do a video, so I got to pick something to do a video on. A video on disappointment. Um, okay, I think I'll do it on this one just because it's interesting to me because it hasn't followed. It has not cared about what the market's done over the last 2 weeks. Just really hasn't. Trading completely on its own. Okay, guys, time is it now? 1:34. So shouldn't take too long. They don't take too long as I don't run into any technical issues. So yes, there will be silence maybe for 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, guys, put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So 5.6.9 was the last version that did not have, okay. So 5.6.21 does have the browser interface? Okay, thank you. All right. No. Well, for fun, I'm going to try it. I want to see if it's. I'm really intrigued to see what happens here. Okay, guys, Bivy on the move off that 13 anyway. Click. Funny, I'm seeing a little delay, but it's loading, but I'm seeing a little, that's what I remember why they went to these other versions, but let me just see, maybe I'm just imagining it. I mean, it's not horrible. All right. I mean, I guess I will take that little delay as long as the chart loads. Michael, yeah, I see what you said about dropping it in Discord. I don't think Andy has well, he should have access to Discord, but you're right. You can put a list in Discord where YouTube doesn't handle lists very well. Now, the other thing is I want to see if my machine calms down with this version too. You're talking about in the production version that's available, Pepe? Yeah, I mean, if it weren't for that big pullback down here to $6, if that only had pulled back to say 650 or something, but instead of it getting that that big bottoming tail, my guess is that this thing could really keep running. But that's going to give some people pause, okay? Because that was up at 7 and it dropped to 6 in a heartbeat, I think. So that is going to give some people a bit of a pause to getting aggressive into it. All right, as crazy as it sounds, I am going to put a price alert for 7 on this one. Just at that high right there, 704, and see if it takes it out later. Yeah, got the 696. Okay, so let's see if it takes out 7 at some point. Now look at this. No real mention that it was at NTRA was going into the 200-day moving average. So it is above that 200-day moving average now at 4205 is a 200-day, 4254 now. Next high looking left. This is just on a mission here. Just because of the just Piper, just that's it. What did they say? Did they put a price target on it or anything? I don't see any news on that in terms of the price target that Piper may have put on this one. You too, PJ. Have a donut on me. Hmm. Whoa, look at Peo here. So let's take a look at Peo. And the next high looking left is 531, and then 551, and then way up here at 6. So Peo's on a bit of a move. PAY. O, P-A-Y-O. Yeah, market's trying to, well, at least it's basing a little bit. It's trying to put in a little bit of a pop here. Boy, this is, I tell you, this 607, this could go crazy again. As crazy as that sounds, and I'm talking about the COSM, very risky. Look at the volume, 70 million shares. Remember, the float is only 2.2 million now. So that has traded the float rotation in a huge way. Oh, look what's moving here, guys. ICVX is having a bit of a move now. ICVX, remember the high yesterday was 1646. So ICVX is having a move out of that. Wow, I wish I'd seen that. Wish I'd seen it break the VWAP around nine something. Well, this gave us a great trade on the upside and a great trade on the downside. And Real's prediction, no, I don't want to call it prediction, but I remember you saying a fib at 1050 for ICVX. And what did it close at? It closed at 1022. All right, let's back this out a little bit. In the pre-market, this got up to 1085. No, I'm sorry, a little bit got up to actually 11 in the pre-market. So if it takes out 11, I'm going to stick an alert up here around 1098. Let's see if it does it. It did get up to 1070 right here on that candle. Well, that you got out quickly, William. You must have had a few shares then for you to get out so quickly. And I know you meant to say fetch, not netch. There's that CBay also just making another new high. CBay, wow, just another new high. My guess is that COSM is going to have a huge collapse, maybe not today, but on Monday, because of how this was structured. Maybe wrong, but boy. So again, just put it in perspective, it closed at 33 cents yesterday. So this is the equivalent of it being This is the equivalent of it being 27 cents, okay? So if it hadn't done the reverse split and everything was the same, this would be down from 33 cents. It would be trading at 27 cents. They do? Oh yeah, that thing. How do I get rid of that? Well, there's the COSM, guys. There is the COSM, COSM, breaking out over 7.